Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 12 of the Kouri Richins trial happening in Utah. Day 11 sure was very short, and the jury was only in for 10 whole minutes, just where one of the digital forensic experts just clarified a thing or two. The rest of the day yesterday, everything leading up to those 10 minutes was just arguments between counsel, particularly the defense, wanting certain portions of the lead detective O'Driscoll's interview with Kouri Richins and with Carmen Lauber. Those were the issues. They want some things redacted, some things unredacted. It was unbelievable because it felt like a pre-trial hearing that we were watching on day 11 of the trial. So, on day 12 of the trial, the judge told counsel to be in at 8:30 in the morning. He told the jury to be in at 1 p.m. They spoke for all of 45 minutes, actually about 40. We're going to now watch the 40 minutes of arguments between counsel that happened this morning, and then we're going to proceed to where the jury comes in. Counsel will be back at 12:45 Mountain Time, and so we've got time to do that. Welcome everyone. Please like and share so everyone else will know that we are live right now, and we'll be all caught up, and we didn't have to stare at the wall for 2.5 hours, which was really great. Right, okay, so let me bring up the court feed for us. Okay, so let's go to where they started. Put the sound on for us.
8 are present. Counsel for defendant are present, as is defendant Kouri Richins. Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to today. At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B. After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801 D1B, issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only 2 of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And just so you all know what to expect after these arguments happen, which we're going to watch now, this is from this morning, for anyone just joining now. Yeah, Carmen Lauber is going to take the stand again. One more time. So we're still not at the lead detective. Like, I have been waiting. Is it 4 days now? 3 or 4 days. Like, is the lead detective going to take the stand now? State's final witness. They actually said on Friday that Detective O'Driscoll would take the stand Monday afternoon, early Tuesday. Well, we haven't seen him on the stand yet, so I can't wait. That will be the state's final witness, and I can't wait to see what evidence he brings.
It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58R. which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, and I'm going off the eight 58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not. My apologies. I need to print the state's response. One moment.
Your Honor, it's probably the 8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right. So, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, in response to the state's highlights in and around page 75, lines 1921, the defendant states, quote, "This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor. The highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801 discussion.
Okay.
So in the 805 email last night, the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13, from this should be published under Rule 106.
That's correct, and that section of that statement, that section of the transcript, applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 805 email.
Understood. And so to the extent when we look at 8-58R, to the extent that between page 65, line 4, and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted, is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor. I think for purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it. Let me pause there. Ms. Lewis, take a moment. Take the time you need.
Yes.
Moving the mic, are we? Listen, we want to hear your hot mic there. Stop it. Yesterday, the defense was like, we would like to file a motion for continuance. Yeah, we're on 2 days. And the judge is like, denied. The way the judge looked at him, that is denied. You have until 6 p.m., okay, to sort all your cock out. And then we're going to meet again. State was busy editing a video so that they could show that to the jury and publish that, and they were arguing about what's allowed in and out and all that, right? But they wanted 2 days off. 2 days. They just got a couple of hours to get everything together. And we start late and we still have fluff. I'm just going to speed it up slightly, okay? How about 1.1 speed, huh?
For me. Thank you.
Welcome to Alive, kitty cats.
I didn't realize we were ignoring the highlights until right now. So,
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87 that we need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76 because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because, like I said, it wasn't until Mr. Bloodworth just said we were now ignoring highlights. So we agreed to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of discussion. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen. It's talking about, trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now. I mean, it is talking about that it's about.
That, Stefan says, I thought they had to file their motion till yesterday, 6 p.m., and the state had to answer that till this morning. And they had apparently asked, please, can we have till 11 p.m., and the judge denied that. Like, get all your stuff sorted out by 6 p.m., and yeah, the state had to answer that, till this morning. So they're still sorting that out. This is from the morning session that we're watching, and then we'll be right on time for when counsel comes back, and then the jury comes in. Hopefully we can pick it up from there, you know what I mean? Are we going to get there? Are we there yet? I really hope so. Pixie Dust said, I like watching trials with you and the Grizzlies. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Pixie Dust. I like watching trials with all of you as well.
She doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about when we're going to meet again. She says, I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure out. I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with that statement by Detective O'Driscoll. I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that completes that line of question and answers should come in. But, for example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're going to need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard. I mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's statements that are subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's position, it was the context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75 combined with Ms. Lauber's response on page 82. And that was, as I understood, from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believed they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly stated, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor, and I can provide additional detail to the extent we need it.
If you would just make a record for why the state believes page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13, is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and that detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity. That is the context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Sorry, just a moment.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been preserved.
It has. I appreciate that.
Stefan says, Carmen's testimony was devastating for Kouri. I understand somehow why the defense is trying so hard. Well, yeah, they even say it's the state's star witness. I feel like the state's star witness, not to take anything from Carmen, was the PI, that private investigator. Damn. It's quite something, huh?
Well, I understand what they're saying. I don't disagree that all of that is necessary under the rule of completeness. So I would just stand by our objection that really what should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say in looking at this, though, I was already, when we were looking at it previously, just the highlighted, I really didn't have a problem with through line on page 80.
We have a court sneezer now, everyone, today. Okay, Gesundheit for them.
2 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not, probably like to take out the stuff between, well, no, that's okay, never mind. So I really don't have a problem with line 8, starting with line 8 on 75, through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82, so...
No, the state's request, and I can appreciate why you just need a moment to walk through it. But sitting here this morning, the state's request under Rule 106 is to publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13
right,
of this.
So you also want, which you didn't include, 77 through... That's where you've lost me.
So there's a gap in what we're looking at, pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes. What they've provided that they wanted jumped from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email of 8:05 p.m. 65 line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at.
Jump.
She's looking at jump, yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages you don't have to write.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
So do I.
Yeah, my
Well,
apologies.
I think
I'm redacted.
here's what we'll do. Page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13.
87? 13?
Minus pages 77 through 81.
Okay. So now we're back to
We're
the
back.
proposed
This will take us
5-58R.
here just in a more efficient way.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper version of 5. I keep doing that, 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record is clear, we're currently contemplating page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82.1 through 87.13.
I would agree with 76, starting at line 8, through the bottom, I'm sorry, 75, starting at line 8, through the bottom of 76, and I am all right with page 82 through line 17, but we would object to the rest.
Okay, bear with me. All right, so the court is persuaded that the statements of Carmen Lauber elicited on cross-examination, as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R on pages 75, line 19 through 22, 82, lines 8 through 11, and page 86, line 17 through 19, require, under Rule of 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4, through page 76, line 25, and page 82, line 1, through page 87, 13. Any clarification, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right.
No.
So I think that handles bulleted or numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to...
Let me just say thank you so much all for being here with me as we watch this from this morning, which is a continuation from yesterday as they sort everything out, get their ducks in a row so that they can continue with testimony. And then they're going to put Carmen Lauber back on the stand. I think the state's actually, from what I heard a little bit earlier, I think it's the state putting her back on the stand. Anyway, Carmen Lauber will be back on the stand. Shame. Then hopefully we see Detective O'Driscoll at last. Final witness for the state, which means they could rest tomorrow. I think they were saying we'll hear. So it's still coming up. And then the defense will have some witnesses, and will Kouri take the stand? I think she could be the type to. What do you think? I think she could be. Then let's see where we go. This trial is scheduled to last until March 27th. At the rate the defense goes, yeah, we might be here until then, or March 2027.
Numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me.
And Italiana says, I did watch this morning. I think a lot of us probably did. We're probably too curious, right? I wanted to see timing-wise what we could do, right? So we can have the very best timing to not stare at the wall for hours and hours, because I thought that could happen, and it actually did. So glad we started later. But I just want to say thank you. If you already watched it, thank you so much. Double thank you then for being here with me to watch it again. And then we'll proceed to... We'll be live once we're done with this.
So here, to provide additional context, qualification, and explanation for Ms. Lauber's statement that I get that related to the get out of jail free card, Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state is requesting publishing 114 line 6 through 115 line 6. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I think the discussion about what Ms. Richins is doing, about the children and their relationship with their father, all of that doesn't add any context to what Detective Maynard's statement is. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to going through line 12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it...
So yesterday they want everything in. Today they want things that aren't necessary out. Okay, gotcha. We're watching on 1.1 speed, eh? This is not even normal speed. I've sped it up for us. And still we're on sloth mode over here. Sorry about it.
It's also quite prejudicial.
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for...
I understand. But
so...
I mean, the fact that he says... You're on what your get out of jail free card looks like based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad, there's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean, what does her response about the boys and Eric have anything to do with the fact that she now has a get out of jail free card if she gives them her information?
I understand the state's position to be this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her motivation rather than just a motivation to serve her own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor. And Detective Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
And, I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that. Why doesn't that complete that she gets that that's why it is because of this reason? Why do we have to go into
I mean, why
the
not?
rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and
Because he was an amazing dad
Kouri's living her
that your client killed? Oh, sorry about it.
life while everybody else is suffering? I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is, because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked at Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6 is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response. All right. That brings us to pages 182 and 183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that the state seeks to provide additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it? Correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12, and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correctly?
You do, Your Honor, and that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper, and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
Actually, I'm fine with that. I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The court is...
Lines.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lewis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not a problem.
Okay. Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish page 182, line 12 through 183, line 14 from 8-58R.
Now I'm at 1.15 speed. Damn, Kouri, she dresses for court, hey. Look at her go.
Anything else from 8-58R, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right. That brings us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We go to page 12. Here, in response to a question from Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drugs investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says, right. And the state asserts that completeness requires that we also publish page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 22. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
Jordan Dickinson K90 said, I'm in hospital and I have my phone resting against a Dr. Pepper bottle with your footage of the trial on. Haven't missed a day. Damn. Number one, that is commitment. Thank you so much. Two, I hope that you heal soon, that you feel better soon, whatever you're in there for. And three, what kind of doctor is Dr. Pepper, hey? If you guys missed it, that is something that Kouri Richins Googled, okay? She Googled, what kind of doctor is Dr. Pepper? So, yeah. Living Story World said, in my opinion, if it were just second degree, not having any other pending civil or criminal financial cases, she'd get on the stand. But not with those lurking. Ooh, the whole family in the courtroom, man, imagine that. I don't know, I feel like, remember Ashley Benefield? I mean, none of us thought she's going to take the stand, and she did. So I'm like, ooh, this one might. She might actually take the stand. Thank you, someone, for the 5 coffees for me, and someone for the 5 coffees for the mods.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20, and go through 12, line 20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that, I'll grant you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I'd like to take out the reference to the grand jury. What if we...
Help me understand, what is it you think is a problem with the grand jury? This is what they're talking about, is federal charges.
Well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain, serious, like the highest extreme. So it's already in here that they're already saying the federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. That's something we've avoided talking about. It speculates that it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means if there's other charges. I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean, we maybe could go through line 7 if we just take out we could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2, just take out that's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth.
Before mechanics, Blue Sky 897 said, you're welcome, GN Mods. Oh, was it you that bought the coffees? Thank you so much.
I understand, or I appreciate that these are many fewer pages of transcript than was under contemplation yesterday. Are we just going to show the transcript to the jury at this point, or have we cut the video down?
Your Honor, we've set the conditions where we can cut the video down. There's still a little bit of editing time, but not much.
Sure.
The state intends to publish as we've published other similar exhibits, playing the video with the transcript rolling beneath it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me. Why, in the state's view, do we need to go beyond line 7 on page 13?
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually okay if we go through line 10.
Okay. Line 10
That
on page
completes the
13.
thought.
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right. So, first, the court is persuaded that, with respect to state's proposed exhibit 8-62R, publishing page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 10, is necessary under Rule 106 to provide additional context for Ms. Lauber's response to Detective Maynard's question as depicted on page 12, lines 2 through 6. The court is not persuaded that a stray reference to Carmen Lauber appearing before a grand jury will mislead or confuse the jury in any way about any consequences or any investigation regarding Kouri Richins. The defendant's request for redaction of that sentence is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, do you need any of those numbers again?
No, Your Honor. I was following along and I have them down, and I can, provide a copy of the video as soon as I have them ready to the defense to have the process you would like.
Perfect. I like that plan.
Scott has such a cool accent. It's like a southern accent, right? Okay, can he say everybody's staying on, please? That would be amazing.
Let me just write this one down. Mr. Bloodworth, that means the remainder of state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is moot at the current time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Counsel, last evening I sent out notice of the court's decision denying defendant's motion for mistrial. I'll issue a written ruling providing the court's...
There you go. Everyone's been asking about the motion for mistrial. Denying it, said the judge. Okay, so there's that update.
Analysis in the due course, but I needed to make sure that you had notice of that decision. I also gave notice of the court's designing a remedy under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time, Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
All right. Are we starting with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
I imagine that nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding between.
Well, I told her she was still subject to the subpoena, that she was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights to ask her if she's talked to anybody in the meantime.
Sure.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify just scope
Sure.
of cross. I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know. And I want to be clear. This will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The court is not making any finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information. But the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Yeah, and I appreciate all that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So,
was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to trial.
Well, to prevent any infirmity on appeal, my view is that the scope of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts and circumstances related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
Ms. Lewis.
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information we had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance.
So the local time is 12:42 if you're watching live with me, okay? If you're watching the replay, thanks for watching the replay. Follow the timestamps in the pinned comments, right? Okay, so we still got 5 minutes of this, and then they took a recess until 12:45 is when counsel comes back. 1 p.m. is when the testimony resumes, the jury's back and all of that. So we're going to watch 5 more minutes of this and then skip right to live court, okay?
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. So, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated her condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that. But
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's...
No, it says she was consuming it here.
Well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful. That's not evidence of anything. It's just words on a piece of paper. You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that. Go ahead, Mr. Blood.
Your Honor, the letter to Judge Mabee, I believe, has been in discovery for years.
No, and Ms. Lewis is not suggesting otherwise. It's just she's not suggesting now she has, in her view, evidence that the statements made by Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true. And so she now has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of text between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we just got also for the first time that I didn't have. So I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As long as you're within the dates of those text messages. Unless they had those as well. I don't know.
Your Honor, they don't, but she testified to exactly what the text messages show, so I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's testimony.
Ms. Lewis, let me look at the text with you for a moment. My apologies.
That's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I know she also testified about a lot of communications with Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her if these communications were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text. I mean, this is...
So you're telling me the defense is going to shame her just a little bit more? Because it's Carmen's fault? Like, what is the theory of the defense? You know what I mean? Then. Because we all know now, from everything we saw, that Kouri bought substances from Carmen, who got it from Robert Crozier, right? So if Kouri bought a knife from Carmen, who bought it from Robert, and then Kouri uses a knife to stab somebody, yeah, it's Kouri's, it's all on Kouri, you know what I mean? So same with the substances, it's all on you, Kouri. Absolutely grilling the crap out of Carmen Lauber. You want to look even worse in front of the jury? I think the jury likes her, in my opinion. We don't. Most of us are like, what the hell are you doing? Anyway, they'd like a round two, so we'll get there.
incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why. That's what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard about that if you want to call him.
About why we only have these dates? Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't produce additional records.
I wasn't going to ask her that. I was talking about if this is a fair representation of all of her texts. I mean, I was...
All of her texts for Saturday, February 14 through Monday, February 16?
Well, I think I could ask her if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they did.
There's no...
Talk about cherry picking.
What's the foundation for the fact that they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024?
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this, and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always communicated with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated with him?
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay. And then...
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
And then I need to look at exactly what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding how they communicated other than these texts.
Okay. Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to readdress this prior to 1 p.m.
All right. Let me just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view is that because we're in the state's case in chief and we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Zengen Art's defense's point of all this is to impeach Carmen because she's the only one that directly ties Fent to Kouri. Yes. I think if I was on the jury, I'd also remember the digital forensic evidence, right? Showing Carmen Lauber traveling to meet Robert Crozier, traveling to one of Kouri's houses that she was flipping. All of that, right, would also come into play. But, yeah. Do you think they're going to be able to impeach Carmen Lauber? I think Carmen Lauber is way feistier and stronger than the defense thinks. So, you know what, defense? Bring it on.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me pause there. Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay. Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow. Does the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow.
We do.
Okay, very good. Anything?
Yes, any lawyers in chat, help me understand. Why is the state calling Carmen again? Like, what exactly does the state want to clarify? Because the way that I heard it was so that the defense could recross her. Why? Don't give them that opportunity. Wouldn't care if they want to do that. No. Anyway, it's happening.
Else on the record right now, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
We'll definitely want to need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
Fine.
And we also, while we're talking about scheduling, we've got plenty of time here. We would like to build in a little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we may need about 30 minutes to do that.
No problem.
Wow, I don't think the judge has ever heard of that before. The client has some decisions to make, like whether to testify or not. Never seen that happen before. You need time to discuss that with her? Shh. Didn't know that happened. I'm just like, what? What is happening? Do you guys remember the best one and the worst one at the same time, simultaneously? It was Donna Adelson. Oh my word. Just like, she wants to testify, but she's not sure. Judge Everett, Mrs. Adelson, you must choose. And it's like, I don't think I can choose. It affects the rest of my life. Ultimately, you are no different, Mrs. Adelson, to any other criminal defendant. You must choose. She chose not to testify, okay?
No problem. Okay. Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right, folks, we will be in recess. Why don't we plan counsel to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Court's in recess, folks. Thank you.
Like Donna was given overtime. Donna Adelson, if you watch that with me, oh my word, she was given time to discuss and more time and extra time and additional time. And then still she's like, no. And then came the sentencing and she was like, I have something to say. And we're like, oh boy. And that was wild. If you haven't seen that trial or any of the 25 trials that we've watched together, it's always there for you on replay, on its own playlist, all time stamped. So you can always catch up, right? Okay, see, now we're going to skip right to where they should be live now. Are you live? Because you said you'll be back at 45, sir. There you go. Wait. I just see the top of the judge's head. Okay, so now we are watching court live. Let me actually just refresh this page so that, we make sure. Yeah. So that was good timing. Because they said they'll be back. Counsel will be back at 12:45, and that now the time is 12:53. The jury's coming back in 7 minutes. Oh my word, Darcy, says Brendan Banfield. That one, that one didn't even need time. He was just like, "Yep, I'm getting up there." Oh dear. Oh wow, off he went. Brian Walsh needed some time, and he ultimately was like, he's not getting up there. Smart. Don't. Gianna Ross. Wait. I hope I said it right. Gianna O'Ross said, welcome to membership. Hope I said your name okay. Thank you for becoming a member. Let me read what you guys are saying. Deirdre B said, I think the defense pushed for her return yesterday while the state wanted just detectives' point of view of Carmen's conversation. Yeah, so I think the state will bring Carmen back on
139, state of Utah.
There you go. So that the defense can cross-examine her so that they can then move on to whatever Detective O'Driscoll is going to bring.
Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started. Very good.
Bring the jury, everybody.
Bless you.
Ramos, bless you. Oh man. Nanya says, I used to ask a dad joke a day. What kind of doctor is Dr. Pepper? She gave an immediate answer. Better than the original in my opinion. Then she searched for more. That's all. Okay. I don't know what that all means, but thank you for your sticker. And this is Scott, everyone, here with a moustache. You see him there? Yeah. Tech support for the state.
How about that one?
But it's already stated, so
Oh, good.
so when you put it in,
Thank you.
yeah, just so you don't forget, because it's formal about it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, now say something, I don't know what, because the mic is so hot. Talk to each other a little bit. Come on, Kouri, say something. So now we are live, okay? We're watching the court live as it is happening right now. Yes, I know this. Yeah, Pernille said they want to insinuate that Carmen was swayed by law enforcement to incriminate Kouri. Yeah. But damn, they've been over that, hey? They've been over that. It's like, here we go again. Sadler Sky said, Scott's moustache is legendary. It is. The suspense as we wait for the jury to come in. Jury, you actually didn't miss much. Hours and hours yesterday and sometime this morning to sort everything out for when Detective O'Driscoll takes the stand. Zenjen Art said Kouri will only testify if her attorneys don't feel strong enough that there's enough reasonable doubt. My prediction is she won't testify. But we want her to. Please, get up there. Tell us your side.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
Elsie said, I don't think Kouri will testify. She's looked worried and defeated throughout this trial. I think she finally knows she can't talk or lull her way out of this. Me turning up my earphones to max like, Kouri, what are you whispering there? Carmelas Mima said, hey G, happy belated. Thank you so much. Does anyone know these attorneys are public defenders? Are they paid by Kouri? Same firm as Sky. They are private counsel. However, in this trial, they're in the role of public defenders. They are appointed to Kouri. So, Kouri's not paying them. Thank you for your sticker. Froggy Maggie says boost sound. It's boosted. But yeah, I can't hear what they're saying. Sorry about that. They're discussing the transcripts. Tina says, Grizzly, do you think Kouri's mother will take the stand? I think she might for the defense.
We're ready for him. Just have him get ready.
She might be a defense witness. If you just joined now, just stay live with us. Just watch now, because the rest of it was just in preparation for this moment. So that would be my recommendation. And then afterwards, you can watch what you missed this morning, maybe? I'll timestamp everything for you. Right now, it's 1:01 p.m. local time at the courtroom if you are watching live with me, which means the jury's coming in any minute now.
This was part of Alex.
I never did anything to you in this.
This was one of my working. So do you? They would have been at the same level.
Okay.
Catface blah blah says Kouri is going to try to testify. Attorneys may be able to keep her off. They might advise her not to. I don't know if that attorney in Brendan Banfield's trial would have told him, yeah, get up there. They can only advise, but it's ultimately up to the defendant, right?
I responded to this.
Yes.
I can foresee tomorrow they're going to be like, Judge, we had a hot mic, and then everybody was commenting on it. Well, we can't hear what you're saying anyway, but something about what you're reading there. Because the other day they said, Judge, we have heard that the state is making faces at the jury while we're doing our cross-examinations. I'm like, making faces? Your client's the one making the faces. I mean, it seems to me that Kouri's defense counsel would advise her to not make faces, and yet they can't stop her from doing it. She's still doing it. So, I think there's a chance she'll take the stand.
All right,
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
You got this, Carmen. Here we go. She has such beautiful hair. Oh my
Ms.
word.
Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. It's probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released
Okay,
from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Income honor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
Yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in
nothing
just a
there
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's there.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay. And you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes. I said that.
Okay.
Sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition.
Yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
Hold on, let's read it. Okay, so it was signed and it says alcohol and drugs, totally abstain from the use, possession, consumption of alcohol and or illegal drugs. Do not associate with any persons using or consuming alcohol or illegal drugs, do not frequent places where drugs are used, sold, or otherwise distributed illegally, do not frequent places where alcohol is the chief item of sale.
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness defense exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? I'm sorry, so October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right, and you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't
Detective Maynard contacted you.
think- Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall the time I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think hearsay.
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay. So if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, it was, yeah,
All right.
he said that, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So,
If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
so you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I
Okay.
said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee. Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lauber?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Justine, if you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
Can you believe, isn't that the letter they just discussed this morning, going over everything, and the judge already said it would be hearsay, that's just words on paper, you can't, it's not a signed affidavit or anything, you can't submit that. And yet here, the defense is like, all right, let's get it in, huh? We can show this, and the judge is like, no, that's hearsay. Okay, so anyway, they're approaching. Thank you so much all for being here. We're live now, so unfortunately I can't really skip forward. Well, 40 seconds, let's see.
Waiting to ask for
Hey,
permission.
that helped. That was nice. We went forward just a slight bit. 30 seconds behind the live feed. If you haven't yet checked if your like button works, check it now. It might not. Maybe it will. Try it out.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go. Oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me. So I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was not.
Part,
it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been
No.
in 100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
No. Okay, take a moment.
Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now. Yes.
So, Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Ay. Really, defense? Wow, defense, what a mic drop moment. How amazing was that? Not. Arlene van der Veer, thank you for your $10 sticker. Zenjin Art said, is she serious? That was her impeachment? She did her client no favors. That was the defense's impeachment attempt. Shame.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective.
I'm sorry, can we all have a huge, almost a standing ovation at this point? A huge applause, a shout out to finally getting to lead Detective O'Driscoll, the final witness for the state. Okay, we are so ready. As he gets on the stand now, I quickly got to do my little stretch, right? 20 squats, let's go.
Let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''DRISCOLL.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
We had seen Detective Woody testify, who's now part of the K9 unit. So, just to remind you of the timeline, maybe you don't know the timeline of the case. Eric Richins died on March 4th of 2022. In March of 2023, Detective O'Driscoll became the lead detective on the case. And on May 8th of 2023, Kouri Richins was arrested. And so right now she's on trial for attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery charges. If she's convicted, she faces life without parole, right, as a sentence. So March 2023 is 2 months before Kouri was arrested. You know, while Kouri was promoting her book and going on news channels to be like, are you with me? To, promote, to grift even more off her husband than she had before. Wow, Kouri.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication, and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were 3 likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? While that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
I just can't wait for what we're going to see and hear today. Kouri, are you ready? Buckle up. Double Walmart buckles for you.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit it.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get...
Yeah, let's see those. Can't wait. Ginger snapped. Damn. A lot of stickers. I really appreciate it. You said, buckle up, buttercup, Kouri. Yeah, buckle up, buttercup, Kouri. Justice for Eric.
2-118D, please.
This is the state's final witness, you guys. And this
Is
could
this
go
an
on
accurate
tomorrow.
depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Show us.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
Okay, so seeing as the state likes, the jury to read it themselves, I like to read it to you. Okay, so from Eric to my princess. Okay, says, nah, I'm good as long as I get to go out with you is all I really care about. Okay.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is
Okay.
Kouri Richins.
Okay, what does Kouri say? The James Bond movie is out, question mark. And Kouri then said, eat a gummy, question mark. And that was red. At the nice theater. Kouri pitching her ideas. Huh? James Bond movie? Eat a gummy? At the nice theater? And Eric said to Kouri, Carter is going to the rodeo with Tisha and my dad, then staying at his house. And Kouri said, what? Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. And Kouri said, what rodeo? And Eric said, at the Golden Spike Arena. And Kouri said, just Carter and Tisha? Oh, never mind, I read that wrong. And then Kouri said, I thought it said Carter and Tisha were going and your dad was staying at his house, as in not going. And then she said, so, sweats, hoodies, gummy, James Bond movie at the Nose Theatre. And Eric said, I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. And she said, ha ha ha, yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. And then there's an attachment. Oh boy.
Scott, 2-119D, please.
Italiana says, sorry, JMP said she seems more into the gummy
Detective,
than
is
Eric.
this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again,
Show us again. So now they're on the first one. Everything we just went through, they said was from November 20th of 2021. Around the same time, remember that Kouri was having an affair with Mr. Grossman. And in December of 2021, had booked a trip to St. Martin for April of 2022 with her paramour, right? But, so they showed us text between Kouri and Eric, November 20th, 2021. Now they fast forwarded to January of 2022. Remember, there was the alleged attempted murder, February 14th of 2022, and Eric died March 4th of 2022 from a fent overdose, 5 times the lethal amount. Italiana said, I love the way you're reading those, G. I do love reading the text to you.
I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Eric said, now remember, we're now January 2022. You can actually see it at the year, 13th of Jan 2022. The boys are wondering when you are coming home. She said, no, you are you, and you are wondering, not them. What a way to answer your husband who wonders where you are, and your children who's like, where's mom? Because where's mom? Probably banging the handyman, you know? Then she said, I'll call you on my way. Okay. Eric said, no, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. That's right, you tell her, Eric. As in, no, I'm an actual parent. I care about the boys. What the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? Kouri, Mom of the Year. I know someone's going to complain about me saying that. Please keep it in context of the case. That's what I mean. Okay, based on everything we know about Kouri so far. I'm not saying that people can't go hang out with their friends. Okay, there's always going to be someone complaining, right? Okay, so now there's 2 attachments. All right, we can't see what it is. JPEG pictures. Kouri said, "Can you bring me home soup, please?" This is now the 15th of Jan of 2022. Okay, so blue, bubbles, Kouri. "Can you bring me home soup, please?" Oh, shame. Eric said, "Yep, what you want, beautiful?" Kouri said, "Thank you. If Dairy Queen," hi Kouri, "if Dairy Queen isn't too busy, that works, whatever they have." Dairy Queen has soup? Do you mean like an ice cream soup? Kouri, do you mean milkshake? That's what that's called. Sorry. She said, "Or chicken noodle at Kneaders, whatever." Okay. Eric said, "Gummy time? Question mark. 15th of Jan 2022. Kouri said, "Yes." Look at her face.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled "Are You With Me" that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
So did we, sir, and we were also side-eyeing Kouri.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please?
You know that in that book, Kouri didn't even, she actually used her kids' real names and even put a family portrait in, which Eric's family had a huge problem with. Like, how about protecting minors? How about protecting your kids? Like, what are you doing? Yes.
Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled.
Overruled and denied.
8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
A screenshot. Listen here. We'd like to see the whole thing again. If you haven't seen this, it's on the playlist. We watched it pre-trial, okay? We also watched it on, I think it was, which day was it? Day 3. I think it was day 3 that was so short, right? There, we watched it again. So, if you've never seen this, you got to see it. That's why I do, when I read Kouri's text, that's why I read it like I do. Because here she's like, yeah, it was like just like a total shock to all of us. She's got a certain way of speaking, and I like to roast her ass a little bit. Not for how she speaks, but in context of what she is accused of doing. She said it took us all by shock. And she wrote the book with her kids. Meanwhile, she left a ghostwriter a review. Yeah, and she was Googling ghostwriters. Kouri, I didn't even think you wrote the book yourself.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes.
Blueberry Law.
A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production. They produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things, Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements.
Heather is here. So did you see the response of the interviewers on Good Day Utah? Yes, we watched all of that on day 3. So that's all timestamp for you if you guys want to go check that out.
Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor,
Stay here
please.
now.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
And here's our correspondence with Kouri.
I think
Okay.
start from the bottom up.
Email, K. Richins Realty. I'd like to be a guest on Good Things Utah. Name of the organization you belong to? Self-author. Is your organization a not-profit? No. Preferred date range of your appearance? Any time that works for you guys. Name of your event as it will be displayed on TV. Promoting a child's book. First date of your event? March 31st of 2023, just 2 months before I get arrested. Okay, what? Time of your event? 8 a.m. Location of your event? At your studio. Are you or anyone who will be appearing on programs running for political office? No. Give us a short summary of your event. Include ticket sales, age, limitations, unusual details, etc. She said, I have just written what appear... Stop it, Kouri. I have just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. My husband passed away last year, and we have 3 young boys. I wrote this book... No, you didn't. You got a ghostwriter, huh? I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. I hope to promote it on your show and to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. And then it says social media pages, something about are you with me? That's what she put with a link. Yes, Kouri, you're the very first killer to write a book like this. That appears to be the first children's book written by a killer. Allegedly. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm looking for that Ghostwriter review. A couple of you had emailed it to me, and I'm just trying to find it. If you guys have it, please send it to me. It was on something like Book Writing Lane. But she gave a review to a ghostwriter and said I remember reading it with you guys before as well. Anyway, so this says, hi Jill, that's amazing news. I so excited. Yes, the book is available on Amazon. Here's the link. Are you with me? Of course, I would love to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent, in addition to promoting the book. Absolutely. Please let me in. Please let me in. Okay, let me know. Let me in now, she wrote, but okay, I guess let me know if there's anything I can also share. What are the next steps? So happy you reached out. Looking forward to hearing back from you. And what they had written was, "Hi Kouri, we would love to feature your children's book on losing a parent. Is it currently available for purchase? Also, would it be possible for you to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting your book? Thank you." Okay. Okay, Kouri wrote, "Good morning, Jill. Yes, I'm available that..." Okay, firstly, let's read this. "That is great news. We can have you live at our studio in Salt Lake City, closer to the airport, on April 6th. The arrival time would be 9:45 a.m. and you'd be live in the 10 o'clock hour. Are you available on this day? Thank you, Jill Hodson." Kouri wrote, "Good morning, Jill. Yes, I'm available that day. Can you send me the address? I will plan to be there at 9:45 a.m. Can you let me know if there's anything else I should specifically prepare for?" Yeah, your arrest 1 month later. And how that's gonna look. Okay, sorry. "Also, how long the conversation will last so I can prepare accordingly." No, you need to prepare your narrative. Stefan says, "Kouri is an amazing writer. I can see that in her emails." Yes. Hey. Sorry, I'm still looking for that, I'm still looking for that, that Ghostwriter review. So it said, "Don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to help." Ooh. Okay, here we go. Mary said, "Thank you for reading. G allows me to get housework done after getting over food poisoning from rice. Google fried rice syndrome. Wanted to share to save others. It came from frozen fried rice. Better now. Glad you better. Thank you for your sticker. What I need 1 week prior to your segment, please hit reply all. Your phone number for producer purposes. Who, the name of the spokesperson who will be on air, 2 max. From, title of spokesperson. Topic, segment, title, main message you'd like to share with viewers. Talking points, listed in bullet point form." I would be good at that, huh? Bullet points. Yeah, okay. "List props you'll be bringing so we can accommodate setup. Pictures or videos to help tell your story. Send via email or WeTransfer.com. Promotions or specials, if any. Get so much % off with code. Business information, website, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok." Thank you, Bianca T, for the coffees, for the mods. "Dress code. Please dress professionally or business casual, as this is morning TV. We want to show you off at your very best. We recommend solid colors and what you feel comfortable in." And then she went in a freaking jacket. Okay. Address is there. Good Things Utah. Hour 2 is live from 10 to 11 a.m. The segment will be filmed live and will be 45 minutes in length within that hour. Please plan on staying with us until 11 a.m. at the absolute latest. If you have friends and family that would like to watch your segment live, they can watch the local channel 4KTVX. Your segment will also be posted to our website, and thank you for that, and can be found by searching your name. Yes, it can. And we found it, and we've watched it, and it's quite something. In hindsight, in context. Whew. She said, "Great." Oh, thank you so much, Jill. I look forward to being there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will get you the required information above. "Hi, Kouri. Just checking to see if you could send over your talking points by tomorrow morning. Thank you." She's like, "Wait, what?" "Kouri, there's kind of a deadline. We've given you an assignment. Please do it." Cass said, "And self-published the book equals no agent representing her, just like narcissistic Nancy Brophy sentenced of murder her husband, Chef Dan Brophy." Well, that was also quite the case, hey? Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Okay, we'll send via WeTransfer.com, promotional specials if any, with code GTU special. Business information, the book's available on Amazon. Are you with me? Connection. These are the 3 points she wanted to share, you know. Connection. Keep the person's spirit alive who has passed. How about just keeping them alive, Kouri? Okay, sorry. Talking about them, sharing memories of them, doing the things they used to do. Letting, well, she just wrote used to do. Okay. Letting children tell stories of those loved ones. Continuity. Try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Sports, school pickups and drop-offs, living situation, friends, etc. Keep their normal daily environment for as long as possible. Care. Affirming their feelings, understanding when they are sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those feelings and letting them know it's okay. Not changing their feelings. Well, yeah, but letting them cope with... Kouri, you can't change people's feelings. She sounds manipulative there. Okay. Not changing their feelings, but letting them cope with the stages of grief with plenty of hugs, kisses, and empathy. Okay. She said no props, only a copy of the book. Pictures or videos to help tell your story, she'll send via WeTransfer. Thank you, Nan Lou. Look at the onset. Okay, 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a loved one. 3 C's. Criminal, convicted, I don't know what the commissary. There you go. Hi, Jill. And then she's put her phone number there. Kouri Richins, Kouri Richins. Hi, Jill. I sent you an email with a photo of the front cover that we can use. Also, Amazon won't approve my discount code I sent you in my previous message. So instead, what I've done is offered a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. Hopefully we can use this. Thank you. See you tomorrow. And here is our correspondence with Kouri. We're back to that page.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
I don't think I've heard that radio interview. Have you guys? I don't think we went over that. Blue 3811 said, I found no less than 10. I stopped counting after that. Books for children on losing a parent on Amazon. Listen, Kouri wants everyone to believe she's the very first person who ever thought of it. Okay? She's a grief expert.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Defense, it's your client's own freaking statements.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
The judge, do you actually have an authenticity objection? Yes. Okay, well, how about you approach that? Aaron says grief causer. an expert of grief from another angle, huh, Kouri? Oh my. No, Jody, her next book is Are You Guilty? How to Cope with Life Without Parole. How to cope with an LWOP sentence.
Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please? In the caption to the photograph, please.
Thank you, Steve K, for the 5 delicious coffees. Also, Sally said the state should have had the woman from that show on the stand because she told them he died of COVID, right? Kouri was telling people all different reasons of why Eric died, which in itself is a huge red flag. She told Eric's dad, oh, he died from a fungal lung infection just like your wife did. What, Kouri? She told others an aneurysm. She told others COVID. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Summit County mom pens new book after unexpected death of husband.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
And that was Kouri's mother that sent that, by the way.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Please.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Show the jury.
Overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
There it is. If you guys have never seen it, then you're like the jury now. They're going, can you imagine the jury? I think this is the first time that they're hearing about this book. They're hearing that Kouri promoted this book on TV, on radio, and it's Are You With Me? And then she even drew, well, maybe she got an illustrator, obviously, had Eric drawn throughout the book, right? Living Free 33 said her children are so much better off without her. What a mom. Mm-hmm. And also, Kick OTL said, if this is the first time the jury's heard of the book, they must be shocked. The audacity. Can you imagine? Can you imagine their faces right now? A gift for you. Remember, we know from before the trial that Kouri's mother sent the detectives a copy of Kouri's book, and it says, a gift for you. There are 2 sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know, from Anonymous, otherwise known as Lisa Dardon.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, a subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
And there it is. Now the jury's like, wait, Lisa Darden, who is the Kouri's mother?
Scott, 8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March the 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Ah, an IP address. Shame. Esley says, wait, that's not what was, yeah, it was sent. It so was sent to the detectives. Kouri's mother thought it would be a great idea to try to show them who Kouri truly is, a devoted, loving mother. I'm like, or somebody who's willing to squeeze out even more money from her husband's death.
Detective, is Lisa Darden Kouri Darden's mother?
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote
This
the
is so
book?
good. Who wrote
Objection
it?
4143 and hearsay.
Overruled. Sorry.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
There it is.
Scott, 2-121, please.
Jury, did you hear that? She was like, they're on TV being like, I wrote this book with my kids and we just sat there together and all that. No, you didn't write it at all. You got a ghostwriter to write it for you.
This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages
Kouri's mother?
between Kouri Richins and...
Ooh, I think that's Kouri's mother, right? Is it? I don't know. I think so. I've seen her on 48 Hours and so. She looks a little different, but I think so. Oh, shame. The camera person's like, let's focus on there. Yes, camera person, let's. Okay, anyway. Kathleen said, so law enforcement will read the book and say, oh, wow, how sweet. Okay, case closed. Ludicrous.
Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Oh, my. Okay. There she sits. Shame. Wow. I see. I was so excited for this detective. I'm even more excited now. We're really getting the tea now. Thank you, sir.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging Book Writing Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. you may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but
Here we
the
go.
state wasn't going
Oh,
to
my
go through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Quick pause. People in chat are asking, where is Kouri's dad? Kouri's mom and dad divorced ages ago. Remember Kouri wrote that letter at Sedona, the bio? She explained quite a bit there. So if I just refresh what the hell she said there. Kouri Richins' biological father is Ronald Eugene Darden. According to details that emerged during the trial, as we went over with that letter, he was a successful engineer who struggled with alcoholism. When Kouri was around 6 years old, he was convicted and imprisoned for about 6.5 years after a drunk driving incident where he passed out at the wheel and struck a police officer during a traffic stop. This all comes from her own bio, right? Her parents divorced following that event, and Kouri moved to Utah with her mother and brother around 2000. And then after that, her mother had a female partner who died from an overdose of oxycodone, I think it was. Was it oxycodone, hydrocodone, something like that? A substance. And there was a lot that the police looked into in that case as well, because shortly before that, Lisa became the beneficiary of that lady's life insurance. So it's like, but they looked into it, no arrests were made, that's it. Okay. So, yeah. I do think that is her mother in the courtroom. That's why they're showing her as well. It does look like her, just like she's been through a lot of stress since we last saw her on some documentaries, right? Shame.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's a screenshot. Okay, someone said that case might need to be reopened. They already did. They already do. They've already investigated that, and no one was arrested. Okay, so there's an attachment. DJ, Kouri's house. So DJ is Kouri's half-brother. Kouri's in green, so Kouri just said, ha, 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 ha. DJ said, what's the book called? Kouri says, wait. Kouri sends a picture of the book. Are you with me? Kouri said, it turned out so cute. Just something for the boys and to understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. See, she is going to write another one. You guys, are you guilty? How to cope with a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The big one. Little did she know, hey? Little did she know. To understand the book writing process. Mm-hmm. DJ said, when is it on Amazon? Kouri said, and this is from the 22nd of Feb of 2023. Eric died March 4th, 2022. Kouri was arrested May 8th, 2023. This is February 22nd of 2023. We submit on Thursday to Amazon for review, and they approve 24 to 48 hours, and then it will be live. So I'm thinking Monday. I have the final draft tomorrow night. DJ said, awesome, so proud of you. She said, thanks, bro. I'm excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy, though. So we'll see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I've already spoke to a writer for my book. I'm debating starting it now, and they can start on quite a few chapters before this is over just to get a jump start. Not sure. DJ says, what's something like that cost, assuming you have to alternate names? And she said, so the kid's book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to cost. $2,500, okay. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. I also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions to take to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation, or if changing names is enough. That book will be expensive. Just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript, 130 pages is $5,000. I'm assuming it'll be closer to 250 pages. So $10K for the manuscript. This lady does payment plans. So you just pay per month as it's being worked on. Total time, 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in, hopefully. Lol. Okay, we're ready for the next one. Redacted, redacted. Did book launch? Kouri said, not yet. I made some last minute changes. They'll get the changes back to me today and then hopefully Friday. I had them add in this picture in the beginning. Okay. And he said, good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. She said, thank you. You can log on and watch if you want to. 2 minutes, 2 o'clock. I guess 2 o'clock, right? I don't know. 2.
Scott, 2-113, please. Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
Okay, between Kouri and her mother. Kouri's in green. So her mother says, what's the name of the book? Okay, 8th of March, 2023. Kouri said, where are you? No, Kouri, that's not the name. Library attachment, okay. Kouri says no. It's not on Amazon yet. Oh, her mom sent her a screenshot. Is like, is this the book? She says, no, it's not on Amazon yet. Her mother said, okay. I will let you know, said Kouri. Haha, no, my title is Are You With Me? And Kouri said, haha, I don't know what I was thinking. Her mom read it. Mom said, where is ya? Kouri said, working in office. Okay, working in office.
Scott 2-114.
There's the mom.
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Karen Spencer said, why didn't they read any out loud? The state said they prefer the jury to just read it themselves. So I read it out loud to you. I haven't ever seen that in the trials I've covered. This is the 26th trial we watched together. But I like reading it to you, so I don't really mind. Eric's sister, Amy, the one that Kouri throat punched.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
For 143 in here say we don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Green text is Kouri. Here we go with the half brother DJ. Yay, yay, Kouri said. DJ said, yep, think Carter, Kouri sounds better. And he said, how much do you make per book? And she said, ha ha ha, it sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. And he said, yes, it would. And then she said, so on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. DJ said, nice. Lala Channel said, yes, that's Kouri's mother. I think she was in on this with Kouri. Her mom has experience in mysterious overdoses and collecting life insurance. Thank you for your sticker. She was not arrested or found, you know, they don't arrest her for anything, so. But thank you for sharing your thoughts and for your support. Kouri's in green, yeah. So Kouri said, yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. Damn, Kouri.
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
Hi, Kouri. Even putting your mother through all this, huh? Okay. Let's quickly see what you guys all said. Somebody was saying that you sometimes prefer to read it yourself because, you know, I've got my own tone and definitely roasting, snarking accent about Kouri. But just remember, the live court feeds are there. You could also put me on mute if you want, but here I'm a commentary channel and I offer that to you. I'm offering you a service. Well, I'll read the text to you if the state's not gonna. Or anything they put on the screen that they're not gonna read out. I won't do that. And I really enjoy doing that. If you like it, remember to hit the like button. Like and share. Oh my word, what are you arguing now, Cade? Okay, I think they're coming back now. Moving on. I don't want to go forward too much in case they come back. Oh, they're still there. Okay, here you go.
Have a seat, folks. Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll is part of the
That's
investigation.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Until what? Okay, good. We can go forward. We get behind when I read to you, so that's okay. They said until what time? Sorry, Judge? Okay, they're back. They're back.
500139. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. 2:10, said Stefan, which is 12 minutes ago. So it's good. We're a little bit behind, which is fine, so we can skip over any breaks.
All right, have a seat. Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Ms. Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Ms. Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Ms. Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Ms. Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bond-Savage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bond-Savage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bond-Savage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bond-Savage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to the narrative.
I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please?
Damn, Kouri's really reading that, huh?
Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Okay, so this is a Carmen Lauber's house, and in it they found a newspaper clipping of Eric's obituary.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about that, how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
And we're approaching. Okay. We can go forward. There was like triple objection. The judge is like, ooh. Can you be more specific?
Granting of the motion to strike was
wait. There you go. Just Mandy, you noticed her. I don't know if anyone saw that. Maybe you're all just polite. Just Mandy said, gee, paying so much attention to the trial, you missed your mouth. It's messy. I know. I was trying to have one of these. I really like these cinnamon. The fisherman's friend, but it's like, I love cinnamon. Okay, now I'm in a cinnamon phase. So I'm like, bought these cinnamon ones, and I was trying to not ruin my lipstick and gently, politely, without my teeth out, like Kouri. Yeah, put it in my mouth. It didn't work out. It just... It fell. Sorry about that. I have another one now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony. Give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes. There was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation, so she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Ms. Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
And did she ask for, yes, she did, pain pills for an investor that had back pain? Kouri, we'd like to see Jim McIntyre take the stand now, your investor, or who is he? Who's that investor with the back pain? Who's he or she? Put them on the stand.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty to remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading. Object.
Overruled.
The way the detective looks at the defense. Stefan said, those investors have a lot to carry. They easily get back pain. You know what's weird as well about that whole story of Kouri being like, hey, to Carmen, I need some pain pills for one of my investors, you know, in the property she was flipping. They've got some back pain. Like, why would an investor ask Kouri to ask friends for a back pain medication? Wouldn't the investors be able to just go and get their own pain pills themselves? Probably the normal way. Kouri, story doesn't even make sense.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023, and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was. Yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Ms. Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Dick.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think
By picked out, do you mean cherry picked? Do you mean by the defense? Oh, that's what they were accusing the state of, even though both sides will obviously cherry pick what's relevant to show, like the state, to prove their case, right? Oh my word. Anyway, okay. So many, doesn't have to be triple objections every time.
that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So, as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel
Kouri's like, my word. Living Free 33, thank you so much for your $20 sticker.
also picked the words from Carmen Lauber, "Can you guys write it down and I will sign it?" What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process, so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block, so she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
And already ruled on.
Would you approach her online?
Shame. The judge is like, what the hell?
8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
Just because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, yes, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm
But
getting at,
no, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know. But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
totally
But I
agreed.
don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
But I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe even take a
I'm
pad and paper
even if I get
and try to write
out
out
tomorrow,
some
whatever, we
details.
meet again, I can go through
Well, we're gonna
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know
I
what I'm
can
saying,
do that.
these details that you're giving us are kinda hazy.
That's because
And
it's to me.
and it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
can
is a
reach out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are gonna be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So right now we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
And my favorite, no, everything I just told you, I probably wouldn't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why I'm
remember.
like, I can't remember.
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was
Like I said, I
snow on the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March
or April.
Is it March 15th?
Yeah.
So,
It was dark, because I had to, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps, I wanna
time of the
say.
day was it? I mean, if it was dark.
It was towards the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening?
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
So take a fire pit or...
So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit. Like,
Gotcha.
okay, let's say this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway to slant, and then it was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people throw.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big. It wasn't a big, deep one.
A shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have rubber bands around it? Was it a bag? Or an envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the fire pit again. Like that, so.
So I have a question. Thinking about all your communications with Kouri,
Aaron, can we pause it for just one moment?
Sure. Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
Oh dear. Now what is it? Look at the defense. He's like, oh, okay. The way he walked over there. Oh my goodness. Look at Kouri. Please, Mr. Detective. Wow, the way she looked at her attorney.
Please proceed.
On the phone, maybe in a cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
like did you erase
I mean, that's what I was told. If you guys-
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you
we'll
can see on your
see. I
phone.
mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it. I deleted too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with McKay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court. Okay. They are looking for, and this can be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
that
trying.
is way more of my.
I know. And listen,
Don't freak out, okay? Because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing. And this is good news for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because...
It's nothing funny about
Well,
it.
the second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
We just know it's
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm catching what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm going to do whatever, because I've struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court, and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind.
Well, that's the only way you get
My
people out
past.
of your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My
Mr.
sister
Las
had
Vegas,
it.
Troy.
Don't call him. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
Like, even my daughter's
Get
on
out of
board.
here and start over.
And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone like him in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want no talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Doreen, sorry. Doreen Kouri. I don't want. I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Right.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I just remember, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it was to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was a drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
I looked it up.
Look it up because I'm kidding too, but.
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing, that when we got in one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of There was
There was
several
one,
transactions. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but, okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen,
But it's
I
so
just want you,
far,
I
like-
want you to know that if you're gonna work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easier if you
credible.
had like pieces that we can, like blueprints.
Here's the
perhaps.
biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out.
And that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
At
was
this
a
point.
damn good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. But there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother.
Oh, and I get that.
Kouri's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them
that's
little
what it
boys
appears.
love their daddies.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his private possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it, and McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
But can we get it cleared up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you in your cell because then everybody's going to be like, what's that? What's
Yeah. Can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. Maybe not that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor of the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation, and he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please?
Kouri
Is
looking a
this an
little
accurate
scared now.
depiction of the May 12, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing. You've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page. With the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
The shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just all thinking though, that made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not going to give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not going to say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized in the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not going to charge you.
With nothing?
No.
Okay.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023, pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did Detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home.
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
We've reached the orange notebook. Oh my word. The orange notebook, which is apparently where Kouri had documented everything that her and Eric did the night that he died. I have never seen what's in the orange notebook. I don't think any of us have. So, yeah, so excited. Di Beat said, have just joined via Patreon. Hope that is still running. Of course it's still running. It's very active. Enjoy the videos on there. Thank you so much for joining.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please. You just scroll through that real quick.
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
Yeah, 8th House Moon Rabbit says they think she's guilty. Of course the goal is to see the guilty get convicted. Is honesty bad? The truth sounds too harsh. So, yeah, I know that the words that the officer said of like to, you know, the goal would be to convict Kouri of murder. It sounded quite harsh, but it is, I mean, it could be just rephrased to the goal would be to successfully prosecute this case against Kouri Richins, right? But I mean, yeah, they said what they said, hey? The defense is loving that line. They're like, look at that. You see that? They were manipulating Carmen to basically frame Kouri. No one's framing Kouri, in my opinion. I don't think so. Anyway, I can't wait to see, imagine cross-examination with this witness as well. Now let's go with the orange notebook. What's in it? Defense first has to object to the same previous objections. So far, today, they've already spoken about Kouri's book, The Ghostwriter, that she had paid to write the book, that she did not write it herself. Also, Carmen Lauber's interviews, some snippets of those, and now we're on to the orange notebook. And they only started at 1 p.m. Thank you for the coffees for the mods.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
Ooh, okay. Thursday, March 3rd of 2022. Remember, this was an orange notebook found in Eric and Kouri's house. Eric's house. Okay, and this was in one of the search warrants conducted. And it's Kouri's diary, essentially. March 3rd, 2022. On top it says Thursday. I'll show you if I take that off, right? Okay, the day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston and Bailey while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon or evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. A lot of these defendants and convicted killers, they always like, the night was like any other. It was totally normal. Why do they all do this? Okay, anyway, around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9, we got to scroll. could actually... Wait, I'm trying to just go back to where they showed the whole page. Yo, gotta catch it. Hold on.
The 2-66R is admitted
I'm gonna try catch it now.
and published.
Ah, okay. We've got more of it. Okay, that afternoon or evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the US. Around 9 or 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day, I was closing on a huge investment, and now, unfortunately, the banners are blocking it, so now we've got to wait. Okay. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months. And closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went into the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. He was going on and on. Okay, gotta keep it going. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our... Is that all they're going to show? Wait. Made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. As we both climbed in bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try to calm him down. This is some Barry Morphew stuff. He's also presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. But it's like totally normal. Now it's like we kissed and said, "I love you" and good night. And I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. Thank you, Laura, for the coffees for the mods. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. She read awkwardy. Awkwardy quiet. Yeah, okay. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I could think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale or yellow, mouth open. Something came over me that this wasn't, and then the page ends, okay. Okay. We read that part already. We saw that. Luna says a master's in illiteracy. Okay. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. We were there, right? Nudging him, he just remembered the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale, yellow, mouth open. An urge came over me that this wasn't... This wasn't good. I grabbed my phone and called 911 and I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in. I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR, which we know you didn't. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR or compressions until the EMT arrived. No, you didn't. They immediately took over. Getting out there, she wrote defibrillator. Do you mean defibrillator? Lunas, thank you for your 20-pound sticker. You're like, rage quit. Thank you. Okay, so she wrote, getting out their fibrillator. You're the fibs tech, Kouri. Okay, and started compressions. The worst part of all of it was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like on replay in my head and it won't go away. Well, that's what would have happened if you performed CPR, Kouri. That's how they know you didn't. Okay. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, like Brendan. Oh, sorry, she didn't say that. Like Brendan Banfield in the body cam movie. Rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream. Do you mean a nightmare? Why do they always do that too? Freaking alleged killer is always like, it's like a dream. You mean a nightmare, okay? Anyway. Fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before, where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visually upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth, until an officer came out and asked if... Now we can probably go forward a bit. Asked if there was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was... Didn't she only call like once? But okay. And we're left within seconds and I'm like, hello. And wasn't that shocked, but okay. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up. We didn't see one tear. Okay, Kouri? Thank you, Laura. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could. I lost it, she writes. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. No, you didn't. Okay, so during all of this, my kids had woken up and I'd quickly yelled for them. No, you didn't. We saw the body cam. You didn't do none of that. Okay. Quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. You don't say it. The whole house was full of EMTs and police at this point, Kouri. Dumbass. Sister-in-law, Kouri, had to help make sure the kids are secure in a room where they're not going to be traumatized. Okay. So they knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what it seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I know, why would you, right? If you're allegedly the one who killed their dad. Okay, sorry. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. Guys, she's a victim, okay? It's very dramatic. She needs you to know that she was rocking back and forth, curling herself around a toilet bowl. Like the toilet she once cleaned and vowed to herself she never will again. She's going to own the whole of Utah. Well, how'd that go? Okay, I could... Wait, go. Okay, curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words. Well, we saw words, okay? Like, those kids need to go back to sleep. It's 4 a.m. We were like, whoa, Granny, what the hell's going on here? Anyway, she had no words and just rubbed my back. She should have said Becky. That would have been better. She rubbed my back. My Becky. She already knew he was gone. Really? The EMT told her I was distraught, so was she. We couldn't even speak. So she just started to say what happened, but I had no answer for. I have no idea. Gail said, did the medical examiner give a time of death? I think it was 3:58 a.m. on March 4th of 2022. I love you. Good night. I went to sleep with Ashton and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I had called Jean is it was about 3:45 or 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. Kouri, where's your mind going here, lady? Because when Eric's dad came over, you told him, oh, Eric died, and actually from the same thing your wife died from. Like, what kind of psycho says that? Because Eric's father's wife, so Eric's mother, died from a fungal lung infection. And Kouri tells Eric's dad, hey, by the way, Eric died, but from the same thing your wife did, okay? Oh, and they were like, wait, what? And then the EMTs were like, maybe it's an aneurysm. And then Kouri's like, let me tell that to Carmen. He died from an aneurysm. Kouri then goes to the media to promote a book and says, died from COVID. Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you believe she said this about Eric's dad? That it's like so weird. She called him and he just sounded so perky. But your mom not, huh? You not. You were just curling yourself around the toilet. Okay. March 7th, picked up truck. Well, thanks for writing that down, Kouri. Because your defense is like, yeah, Eric's family, they must have taken that fent that he used to stash. They took it out of his vehicle is what they're trying to get anyone to believe, which no one does, I don't think. Ether Bunny said, does anyone else think it would have more impact if they read what is on the screen to make more of an impact with the jury? Yes, does anyone think so? I think so. Could I be appointed? I'll do it. Because March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleared out garage. Cody is, he still works at C&E. He's Eric's business partner, right? Cody and Eric, C&E, stonemasonry. We saw him testify. March 14th, Cody to computer. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Ellie K, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleep over, have a few drinks and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew where it was. I mentioned I didn't know what she was talking about. She quickly changed the subject and said we would figure this out. March 6th, I called the locksmith to open the safe to look for this green folder that Katie was talking about. Don't lie, you're not looking for a green folder. She's looking for Eric's will. She wants to cash in, you guys. She wants to cash in. She was so upset about that. Katie was saying, why don't we just, call my dad? He would have the code. No, I'm getting my own locksmith in, which I think was her brother Ronnie, right? She wants the will. And then she throat punched Amy. Because Amy's like, no. Katie's the executive of the estate now. She's like, what? Okay, so open safe to look for the green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Redacted and the cops were called. Oh. March 8th. Met with funeral home. Signed with something. March 11th. Funeral. March 22nd. Kouri starts counseling. Oh, so you can write in third person, unlike you failed to at your Sedona task, sorry. March 24th, boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk on the 12th or 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. Sky Lazaro involved in the civil case. I think that's why there's a conflict of interest and why she had to withdraw. And now Kouri's got a new attorney since, I think it was May of 2024. April 13th, search warrant, our house. March 28th, filed first complaint on the trust for the house. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment on C&E. Jan 10th, Woody calls Chels for an interview. Chelsea, the one you stole the house from, Kouri. Jan 12th, Chels goes in for interview. Is lied to that she was the last person I talked to at 11 p.m. Okay, now you can see it bigger. So for those who want to read it themselves, go ahead. Okay, so that's all the things I just read to you. Sally Ann says, Grizzly could read for the court without the snark? I could. I'll just go into my pilot mode and read it like a checklist. I wouldn't want to, and the defense would object regularly to snark. Objection, snark. But, yeah, they can appoint me. I'll do my best to just read it in a dull, dry way, factually, matter of factly. Thank you, Teresa, for your sticker. Okay, so here's another page now. Chels checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th. Jim drives a red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. Jim. Is that a boyfriend or who's that? Who's Jim? Anyway, it's a Jim McIntyre. You see? I knew Kouri's going to bring in Jim McIntyre. If you didn't see the Nicholas Casotis trial, you got to check it out. It was a completely fictional character that he blamed everything for. Jim McIntyre did it, okay? Cody finds out and goes to get it. July 17th, 2022, find out about the private investigator. He's so good. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. Candle speaker head said, don't stop reading, I need to clean. I support that and will continue reading. Thank you so much. Stefan, see, Jim McIntyre? Jim McIntyre has entered the story here that Kouri's written. Yeah, okay. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Okay. Not turn on cameras. The judge reschedules court for March 2nd. And look how she spells court. Oh no, is it right? Yeah, maybe it's just too close, these two. Court, okay? For March 2nd to determine if the kids need to be involved and if the kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena. January 3rd, Mike Melrose gets interview. Mike? Looks like Mel Emrose gets interviewed. November 23rd, 2022, I found out Eric had been consulting a divorce attorney. Oh, you didn't know that before, huh, Kouri? Ginger Snap said, where can I find the info on the throat punch? Did Amy do anything back? I missed that somewhere. You can find it. It is on Court TV. Hold on one second. I'll just tell you the title quickly. It was during hearings before. I just want to see. This one. Yeah. Okay, wait.
Go ahead.
The title is Sister of Eric Richins Claims Kouri Richins Attacked Her. If you just type that into YouTube, don't go there now, but that's where it is, right? She describes it. Okay, and Kouri was charged with assault, and Kouri pleaded no contest, and yeah, there was a whole hearing about that. Anyway, so back to her timeline. Kouri's jotting down the timeline for everyone. Look at this. The detectives are like, look at this orange notebook. We'll take that. Which I think they found in one of the later search warrants. Okay, is that all they're going to show us? Okay.
Detective O'Driscoll did, detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please.
I think this exhibit is now going to be the little notes that Kouri wrote to try to keep his story straight for Detective O'Driscoll. Anyway, let's see if it is.
Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Oh. Eric home 6 to 6:30. Fighting with Mexican. Drink in bed. He drank half. Oh. Half, you said, Kouri. Brushed his teeth. I was in bed after I brushed mine. Talk through the doorway. Moscow mules. Well. If you're writing that Eric drank half, is that why you made a lemon drop shot, Kouri? Because a lot of people in the chat have speculated maybe the fent wasn't actually in the Moscow Mule. Maybe it was in the lemon drop shot. And maybe Kouri said, let's have this as a little chaser or a little nightcap or something, because that's quick, right? To get all that in, unfortunately. Copper Horse said, congratulations, 485K. Oh, thank you so much. 485K, nice. Thank you so much to everyone who has subscribed and who's part of this community. If you subscribe, you're a Grizzly. You don't have to be a member. I appreciate every single member, every single patron, all the support. But if you just subscribe, you're a Grizzly, okay? He drank half. Moscow Mules, lemon, water, vodka, in brackets, rum. Jan to March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids bed around 9, drink around 9 p.m., in bed around 9:30, 9:45. I laid down. Instant what? Instant heard Ashton went in, came back at 3. Mom, call. It's her little crib notes, you guys, to keep her story straight. Which means I don't believe her story at all.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please.
Little birdie says, now that makes sense. The shotty would have drank the whole thing. The muley only had half. Now it makes sense. Right? Sorry, I should have actually clarified to the person who asked about the throat punch. Wait, there. Selena said they redacted the part about the throat punch because it's not admissible in the trial. So yes, if whoever was asking, sorry about that, if you meant where is it in this trial, it's not in this trial. It's not allowed in at this trial. It's from previous hearings. Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Your Honor, can we have just one moment, please?
Algoma once said lemon to hide any hint of weird fent taste. Maybe if Kouri didn't do her homework, because apparently it's odorless and colorless, but maybe she was like this. Maybe he also liked lemon drops and she's like, oh, have this instead, right?
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Don't worry, we're getting to it.
D.
2-17D is admitted.
All right, I went forward. We don't need to wait more for the defense. It's fine. Overruled. We got it. Let's go. Let's read the text now. Okay, so let's read this. There's a guy down here that's going to buy the sheep tag from Todd next year, and he tried to get the tag from me today and said I was crazy for not shooting this ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. So the green is from Eric, right? Eric liked to hunt. From Kouri. Okay. How much you got, bro? I'll sell it for 15K. Hey, while you're sitting there, that's definitely Kouri, sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this may change with Jeff said, but for now I have to put together an analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing now because he has an investor that is thinking that he will come in at the full 2.9. I need estimated costs on the following. Exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheetrock, pool, miscellaneous equipment, VR and golf. Okay. Tile, cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, finish work, landscaping. Jan 5th of 2022. She said adds up to 4 million. He knows these are guesses but wants a breakdown. Eric said, I have no idea. I would be way off just trying to guess. Kouri attached a file. A GIF. Eric said, it's bedtime. Why are you still up? Kouri said, I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. Eric said, well, I think it will come out to about 6 million. She said, OMG, ha, never mind. Molly Tozier, thank you for your sticker. You said he would also have drank the shot quickly. He had no time to even taste if it will. Very, very likely. Then she wrote, never mind, to correct her mistake. Eric said to Kouri, to fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, 125K. Exterior work, 650K. HVAC, 200K. Plumbing, 200K. Electrical, 200K. Flooring, 250K. Painting, 150K. Sheetrock, 150K. Pool, 300K. Miscellaneous climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator, 600K. Tile, 125K. Cabinets, 150K. Appliances, 100K. Light fixtures, 50K. Finish up work, 200K. And landscaping and driveway and pulling the sewer and electrical, 750K. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my best guess. She said, thank you, kind sir. That's what I needed. Someone also said, Essie said she wrote that she heard him snoring. So what did he do? Get up and took the drug after he fell asleep? Even that, even there she incriminates herself with that little diary entry, right? Kouri said, go to bed. Eric said, love you. Kouri said 4.2 with attachments. Love you, good night. Eric said add 250K more in the driveway and landscape. Kouri said, okay, cool, done. 4.45. Yeah, Kouri. He didn't even know how much debt she was in. Wait, I didn't read a sentence there. She said, what's still not bad? And then? No, hold on. Keep going, keep going. Here we go. Yes. She said, still not bad. All in, 7.35. Sell for 14 million to be safe. Damn. Eric said, yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have this project? I have time for this project. Time to do this project. Sorry, I read it. Don't have time for this project because they hadn't expanded it yet. So, yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time to do this project? Which means he wouldn't be celebrating it, Kouri. Kouri said, that's fine. He said he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it. But Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers. Eric then sent a picture.
Scott 2-37D, please. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? This is from Eric. March 2nd. Kouri said, I can't. Celebratory shot tonight. I got to do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her, 1 to 2, because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Okay. Katerina Scarcella. Scarcella, thank you so much for your sticker. Eric said, okay, love ya. She said, love you.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Okay, I just want to write this down. Okay. So, between her and her brother DJ, did Eric ever talk about self-deletion? I have to try to censor for YouTube. That's the number one trigger word. Okay. Kouri said not self-deletion specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing. Shame. And if Eric said that, Kouri took it the wrong way, you know what I mean? She's like, I'd be set for life. Oh, if anything ever happened to you. Wait, what?
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
May 31st, 2023. So Kouri was already in jail. In fact, the other one was also what? May 24th. So Kouri was messaging from jail because she was arrested May 8th of 2023. Okay, so this is between Kouri and her mother. Oh, okay, cool. Hayden, who's that? The guy that worked for us? Kouri says, yes. That's weird. About what? I hardly even know him. This is what Kouri says. That's weird about what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. And then they said, another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. And then, oh God, Now, Hayden Jeffs, his significant other testified because Hayden passed away in a motorcycle accident. And Kouri had called him, he had done some handyman work for her, and asked him if he could get hold of any illicit drugs for her. Not Sudafed, like fent and the Michael Jackson stuff. Okay.
It's 5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 2.
2.
2-72R, yes.
That's sorry about that.
So I think the mother writes, another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. When it says here, tablet, I think this is Kouri. Okay, cool. Hayden, who's that guy? The guy that worked for us? Yes. That's weird. Kouri says, that's weird about what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license, get insurance one time. And the mother says, another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. And Kouri says, oh God, ha.
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
One second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yes. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. Well, Bailey was there. And that's what I put. Yep. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see if you can come up with the craziest fucking stories? Well, you know, it makes sense to them. So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
So you didn't put a love note. That is what's been reported far and wide. Oh, so you just put a poisoned sandwich in his office, did you? Okay, well, defense, sorry, there goes your theory of it being, food poisoning. It was just nicely put in his office, okay?
Yes. God, God, what kind of psycho? Like, here's a bleeding sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note on Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck?
On his truck.
Huh?
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your belief.
You're right, Kouri. No one can compete with you. Get your ass up there on the stand.
Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, those Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there again,
you have through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with a supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe, then I believe this.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
Sounds to me almost just like, oh, what the hell? A love note? A love note. That's what she seems to be freaking out about. Why would I write a love note? What? When you didn't actually love him and you were out there on Valentine's Day banging the handyman. Yeah, it's so ridiculous then to think you'd write a love note. Oh, just put a poison sandwich in his office, allegedly.
Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronney, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Eric a sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No.
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
She's not only laughing inappropriately on the call with her mother and brother, August 2nd, 2023, from jail, but she's sitting smiling about it in the courtroom right now, you guys. She still thinks it's funny. None of it's funny. You have an aggravated attempted murder charge in this trial based on that incident. Number one. Okay, we all know you wouldn't make a sandwich, but you bought a sandwich and maybe laced it with something because it matches the times when you bought fent from Carmen and then after that said, I need some stronger stuff. Okay, that is why this has come up, Kouri, dumbass. Then Eric actually died on March 4th of 2022 from a fent overdose, 5 times the lethal dose. None of it's funny, Kouri. Like, even if she was laughing from her jail cell, why is she smiling like this in the courtroom now?
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, Exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
Oh, the jury's in for a treat today. They are seeing so much. Today, for the first time ever, the jury has heard about Kouri Richins' grief book for children that she claims to have written herself and didn't actually write, got a ghostwriter for. They have heard about the orange notebook. They have seen the notes that she scribbled to try to keep her story straight for Detective O'Driscoll. And they've heard 2 jail calls. Oh damn. And here we go now to the walk the dog letter, where she wrote it from her jail cell. They rousted her jail cell, said the defense, found this letter, which was 6 pages, only 3 pages are allowed in, and she was allegedly, according to the state, and we've read it multiple times together, it seems like she was coaching her mother and brother on how to testify, what to say, what connections to make, to try to connect Eric to Mexico because she thinks that he went there to buy drugs. Okay.
2 dash, I have trouble reading it, I'm sorry, 86R.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
The judge, please approach. He's probably going to be like, what the hell? We've been over this a million times. We've had multiple hearings. Okay, so here they come.
All right. Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Yes.
Page 1. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronney. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronney was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronney were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronney he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronney should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronney he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronney never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag, and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronney will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronney about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronney don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronney before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there, love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins' former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Boom. Mic drop. You heard that? You saw that? No further questions, Your Honor. The state was like, oh, okay. Kouri's grief book. Okay, here we go. Orange notebook. Little scribble notes to keep her story straight with the detective. And the walk the dog letter. It's like we've all just been waiting for this for years at this point. Just like, yes, here we are. And for those of you who are wondering why am I so excited for this final witness, this lead detective to take the stand, now you saw why. Oh, he's going to bring it, and he brought it. Court looker said, oh, Kouri, tisk tisk, it's all coming down now. Mm-hmm. Is she laughing now, huh? Are you laughing, Kouri? You shouldn't be.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Eric. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it, while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronney to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronney had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, I found foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronney was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronney, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronney, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronney telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronney being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronney and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronney. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronney for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronney whether this actually happened?
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me. All right, there's references in here that Ronney will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of 2023?
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronney to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay.
Do you think that Kouri means that Sudafed was put in her bag? No.
So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronney that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, Foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to...
And then why would Kouri have to buy fent from Carmen and then Robert Crozier 3 or 4 times if Eric kept it in an allergy bottle in his work truck?
Previous page,
Sure.
please.
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronney he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronney he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
Why would it be in his nightstand if Kouri's saying it was in his truck? Dumbass. Dumbass Kouri. Kouri, your story's not checking out. In an allergy bottle in his work truck? Yeah. But then on one of the search warrants, there was this 2016 pill bottle found in Eric's nightstand. What does that have to do with what Kouri just wrote? That bull of crap there. I feel like it would have been more powerful for the defense to just be like, no questions. Thank you so much for spoiling the mods with coffees. Because this is like, wow, you're really going to lean into Kouri's story there. Oh dear.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that
Correct. So why was it in his nightstand? How'd it get there?
connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronney, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied his, I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, Foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Help me understand. So the defense wants to say that Cody emptied the work truck and then put a pill bottle in Eric's nightstand. Right.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to oh, by the way, the just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table?
No. Imagine the judge. No, you may not. Oh dear.
Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back.
No small talk. None of that. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. None of beating a dead horse at a murder trial. None of those words. None of those phrases. Don't say those things. Mm-mm. It's just not professional, right? Also, like, in case the jury didn't notice, I think they noticed everything, in my opinion. I think they're smarter, maybe, than the defense gives them credit for. They may have noticed. I think they looked at the gallery. Who's all in there? Oh, okay. And they're like, whoa, that guy's probably been sitting in the courtroom this whole time, right? Anyway, maybe I'm assuming, but in the at least towards the angle of giving them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, here we go.
So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case?
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil, and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
Okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all, or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who is you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
Everybody in a circle now. Away from the mics. Kouri, say something. Okay, post-it note. And another.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone, did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
All right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then, after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh. Were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you
lay a little foundation?
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date?
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea. and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, Your Honor. Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your office?
No, that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. Okay, I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the support.
Ms. Nestor, if you'd ask your next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll use the end of March.
But...
Okay. And then you search Carmen's house, and then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
Yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises had been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
Okay.
You were allowed the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber, were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No.
Ooh, the judge is like, if you understand what she means by y'all, then proceed. Ooh, the judge.
So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told him that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
All right. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jurors' memories on this, but the phrase, you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that.
Probably the biggest piece of evidence, the star witness we could have, the key to connect Kouri to the fent. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so like for an attorney to be like, I wrote this down in quotes because I want to be precise, and the whole time you're like, ooh, let me get more precise with the timelines. Well, one would freaking hope so.
I think there was a Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, we said, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
You wrote it in quotes, so therefore it has to be, what was said exactly, because it was written by Nestor in quotes, okay? Scribble that down, even put the quotes. You don't have to qualify your question with that. You could just ask the question. Okay, sorry.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your investigation into, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking.
Was that hot mic? I don't know what else to ask. Is that what we heard?
As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kotradimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Well, objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th,
Yes.
just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kotradimos.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
should just approach a minute.
The way the defense looks at a team.
Eric's device.
Sorry.
Information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kotradimos' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Yeah, objection, foundations. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative, Mr. Kouri created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly attempted, a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kouri probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So ask him, defense, which you had the opportunity to when he was on the stand. Twice. Including at the end of yesterday. Okay?
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them.
The digital forensic expert can and has. Okay.
That's
foundation. Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question. If it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know?
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it and answer.
I'll withdraw.
Do you know, defense? How about you regurgitate that information that we all learn? Tell us exactly how many steps, the gap in activity, where Eric was. How about you tell us?
A little over a minute, it's sustained.
I'll withdraw.
I'm not saying it's their job to. I'm just like, if one had to challenge it the other way around. Oh, do you know? And I just still, Kouri, this attitude is like, it's really not going to help her at all. In my opinion, I don't think that this is likable in any way. To just be like, you're on trial for the murder of your husband. We've seen some shady evidence against you. If I were you, I'd settle down, lady. Settle down.
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Kouri to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right.
remember when Donna Adelson was on trial and she had that little cardigan and we were like, she's just a sweet, sweet granny. Hey, at least she tried, because she lived a lavish life before that, right? So there she was with a little cardigan, just like, I'm just a sweet, sweet granny. Kouri, on the other hand, looks like a brat. And she's always like arrogant and like, yeah, you tell them. But like, that will not help you. Because throughout this trial, they're showing that your motive is that you're a greedy mofo. That you would kill your husband for money and take out life insurance on your kids and all of that. So what we've seen is like, damn, this person seems really manipulative and super greedy. So her being all dressed up every day and be like, this is just, it's going to do her no favors. I can't believe her defense doesn't advise her that. It's like so frustrating to watch. And she makes faces at the judge. She makes faces at the witnesses like, Kouri, really, for courtroom conduct, epic fail, okay, for a defendant. Like, no one's going to be on your side with that. Huffing and puffing like you had a hair in your soup is not going to help in this situation, okay?
Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Ms. Lauber conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways, and she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the
Right. So at that time, Kouri was paying with a check like a dumbass for drugs after Eric's death to, in my opinion, try to look consistent, or I don't know what, or try to, I don't know, maybe she thought of planting it in the house to be like, look, it was Eric's. I don't know. Either way, they never found any of it in the house, right? But she bought for a fourth time. If that was not true, then why, when Carmen asked Kouri, hey, my friend has some more stuff, Kouri said, oh no, the investors left town. It's okay. She didn't say, what? I've just been paying you for like cleaning properties. She's like, don't need any more of that because that investor with the back problems, yeah, he's left town.
week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor wouldn't know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't. I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Wood.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that...
May we approach?
Okay.
Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay.
And isn't that strange, defense, that your client bought substances from Carmen 4 times? Well, once from someone else, right? Anyway, bought 4 purchases of drugs, and nothing was found in the house. And even though Kouri tried to insinuate that maybe the THC gummies were laced with fent, in fact, the fent packages increased in the house with the more search warrants that they executed. So Kouri was buying more. She wasn't clearing them out to protect her kids. I mean, so we know that Kouri bought fent, and we know that 5 times the lethal dose ended up in Eric's system. We also know from Kouri's diary and crap that she said that they celebrated, as if Eric would celebrate that property, right? But celebrated her closing on a property which she hadn't closed on yet, it was the day after he died, with a drink. Moscow Mule and lemon drop. So Kouri admits they had a drink and then, pretty much, they had a drink and then he died, right? Well, it doesn't take much to connect those dots. I don't know how else one would say that Eric took it himself. Because if he did, where's the rest of it? Where's any of it? Where's any evidence of it? Why would she then clean up? You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Italiana, for your $20 sticker. Getting ready to file your next trial completion certificate, huh? Like, to me, that's a huge red flag, that there was no fent in the house. If Kouri had, let's say, planted fent in the house or put it around his nightstand or anything like that, that would be more believable. That would put in more reasonable doubt. The fact that she cleaned everything up is crazy. That's like, who does that?
Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from their district court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
about the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version, or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
They're going to huddle away from the mics. We can still hear you. They'll be like, what? Yes, Marcia says it shows consciousness of guilt. All that cleanup.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
Like
And
if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Okay. Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Well, total or each time?
Each
individually?
time.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that.
So what did Kouri do with all of them? Because I don't think that she, I don't know, gave Eric 120 pills. I don't know how many pills 5 times the lethal dose would be, but what else did she do with them? And why did she get more after Eric's death, huh? Anyway, that's what I would just be like thinking about that if I was on the jury. But wait, what did she do with them? She's a shady one, that one.
Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car after she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car.
Was it a Tesla, like the private investigator had, huh? What kind of car did you have? Because the defense had to ask the PI, did you take a computer and put in your Tesla? We were all like, huh? They brought up the Tesla multiple times. So in what car did you drive Carmen to these interviews, huh? Did you have the air conditioning on? Did you give her a snack?
That was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mm-hmm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers, Steve.
I'm sorry.
You got to say yes because they can't type.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay.
Kouri's looking a bit bangbroek over there, which means scaredy pants. Bangbroek is how we say it. Scared pants. Looking ashamed, Kouri.
Getting close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the GIFs is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Cochadimos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but...
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only for, yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that the Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly.
Okay, hold up. Is this Josh Grossman? Because somebody's saying it is. Hey, Josh. former paramour. If that's you, let us know so that we know. There's no way to verify that. You can email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. If so, then they said, I used to ask a dad joke a day. What kind of doctor is Dr. Pepper? She gave an immediate answer. Better than the original, in my opinion. Then she searched for more. That's all. Oh, you were trying to explain why she was Googling it. We prefer the answer that Dr. Pepper is a physiologist, spelled F-I-Z-Z, is what somebody on Reddit said. Anyway, sorry, just keep going.
And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
This is the day, literally, his last day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I'd have to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this...
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
Sure, but like the day he died would be a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you recall?
Like I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in Mexico. So yeah, we were looking.
Sorry, hold on.
At that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I?
Michelle De Mattia said, yep, Nanya is Josh Grossman. He's making the rounds, that's for sure. But I have no way to verify that. I won't believe it until he sends me an email. I don't even know how we'd handle that, verify that that handle is him. Because do you know how many people jump on the internet and like, yep, that's me. And then they speak on someone's behalf, impersonating people. How the hell would I know? Anyway, it was interesting, though, to see the sticker again. Could be, but I have reasonable doubt that that's Josh Grossman. If it is, okay, well, welcome to chat. Thanks for being here with us. Colorado Kate, welcome, welcome.
Please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300. I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? It's 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We move to admit it.
Objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at the maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to the? Is this the first page, Katie?
See, Kouri's looking bangbrook again. You're scared. You're looking pale now, too, Kouri. What? Bye. Peck your teeth away. Sorry about it. Yeah, if Josh is in chat, then hello. Give us some answers. Tell us, did she send those gifts to you? Who she send them to? Idiots everywhere. Kouri, no. This look is not helping you at all. At all. Not at all. No, none of that. None of that. Ma'am, this is not a 5-star restaurant. No, no Michelin stars here either. We apologize for the hair in your soup, but please pull it together. You're in the chow hall right now. Okay. You only get to borrow this outfit for today, all right? Tomorrow somebody else is going to wear it. I know we could go forward, but we're only a few. I think they're going to call it a day now. Stefan's like, I like Bangbrook. Yeah, ne, this one. We're looking pale. We're looking scared. Yeah, see, Becky said 1 pill could potentially be lethal. There's no way to know. We should bought 120. Damn. Oh, I didn't miss it. I saw... I see all them faces. And I go back to look sometimes as well. Not just at her faces, just to watch the replay. You know, just to wait. Let's hear that again. What happened? Yeah. Sion said, you're not under subpoena anymore, but give us the tea. Is that for Josh, eh? Josh Grossman, huh? You want to give us some tea? See, Becky said, my daughter-in-law has a Tesla, very nice car. You better not tell Catherine Nestor. She'll call you out on that, okay? Did you not put your laptop in her Tesla? Oh, I love that moment with the PI. Were you or were you not doing something with the laptop? And he's like, that is my laptop. That is mine. I make YouTube shorts for you guys if you want to check that out. Of like highlights of the day. Just moments like that I think you would like me to clip. If you want me to clip a specific moment, remember to put timestamps in the comments section. Okay, the format would go like it's 00:00:00. That's how the format is. So if it's 1 hour 33 and 40 seconds, 01:33:40, then I can easily click on it and clip it for us. Okay.
Let's pause there. There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today, so we'll be recessing for the day between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. As always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe.
In other words, everybody stand, please.
Folks, have a seat. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Blyworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on the honor they don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Blyworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Nope. That was a bit of projection. The state. No, Your Honor, none of that. We're not going to be scrambling in the middle of the night like, oh no, the defense asked you such hard questions. Now we quickly just need to refresh your recollection on something. Huh? Damn. Okay, well, everybody, are you ready to teleport to day 13? Tomorrow, which is already today for me, means I'm going to see you later today because it's 12:15, okay? Later today, for some of you tomorrow, I will see you for day 13, and that will be a Thursday. Am I right? It's a Thursday. Yeah. So I don't know if they're going to have court on Friday or not because we had a very short day yesterday. They didn't behind the scenes, but we did, and the jury did. So will they be court on Friday? We'll have to wait and see. I think the state will rest tomorrow because this is their final witness. And then it's up to the defense. Hey, are you going to present your case from Monday? I think they're going to ask for that even. Judge, please. Continuance till Monday. We need to speak to our client. Ma'am, do not testify. And she's like, but I wanna testify. All right, you're on your own. You go up there and we'll all be like, oh, this is so exciting. Get up there, tell us. Okay, so I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, mods, for everything you do. Thank you to everyone for the support. However you did that, like, share, participate in chats, subscribe, stickers, coffees, PayPals, whatever it is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Love this community. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.